That's probably enough tags. Alright, anyway. It's time to get some freaking diamonds. I did a little bit of mining off camera. Alright, chat, do you guys prefer lights on or lights off? Let me know. Lights on or off? This is the goated method to find diamonds. If you want to find diamonds and you're not using this method, you gotta be fucking straight retarded. Yo, pause. Yo, don't cancel me, bro. Allegations incoming. I wonder if my previous lives are even saved. Hold on. Live. Yo. Go to thumbnail. Okay, let's go back to live. I'm never gonna get over meow. Really not good. Exit stream. How do I move? Oh, okay, here we go. This is all taking up RAM. Shit making me dizzy, fall. Call me schizo or paranoid. I don't care. This is definitely the go-to method for diamonds. I look so younger, like, without makeup. Do diamonds just, like, not exist in this fucking seed? Like, what is going on? Like, I would get, you know, not having 3 stacks or anything, but it's like, not even 1. Not 1 diamond as far as the eye can see. Like, this is so bullshit. Oh well. Fairs. She said, baby, I'm afraid to fall in love. Fairs. What if you don't reciprocate? So true. I can't believe it. The fucking, I meet the love of my life and he says, I need a break. It's like, are you fucking serious? I know for sure he found me whoring myself out on Twitter. I know that's it. I just wish he would be, like, honest about it so I would know it's permanently over, but he kept me going. He was like, oh, and yeah, just time. I just need some time. It's like, bitch, buy a watch. You know what I mean? Who can relate? But every day mining in the caves is a good day, remember that. I know my rent was gonna be late about a week ago. I worked my ass off, but I still can't pay it though. But I got just enough to get up in this club, have me a good time before my time is up. Hey, let's get it now. Ooh, I want the time of my life. We could get some fucking music up in here. I'm down to the last $20 I got, but I'm never good time balling and not. But about $10 on some shots. Gold. That's something. It's gold. You have enough gold for like 6 golden apples and no diamonds. It's really just unacceptable. so bad. Shockingly, OBS Studio is not using much of my memory. Which is strange because what's even my output? Hold on. Let me fucking see something. What is canvas versus output? See, that's what I don't understand. Let me just check on something. Let me just check on something real quick. Yeah, just what I thought. It's outputting in 720p. Why? But why? It just makes absolutely no sense. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember to change it to 1080p, especially if it's just fucking Minecraft. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oops. What the fuck is that? I don't like that at all. Is that the sound of the deep or whatever the fucking thing is? The deep from the boys? The sound he's making? Oh, right, music.
Hurt, what it do?
Fuck. Before it's even heard. Oh, that's not you, absurd. It's bird brain method. But I felt it with the forethought. I keep on running like a chicken with its head held on it. Words. A bird brain, baby. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. In the front door, in the back door. Can't find 4 feet. Up on the chopping block. A bird brain, baby. I don't know when I'm coming on. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Alright, well, 2 diamonds isn't the end of the world. I remember I saw this video about how to talk to chat when there's 0 viewers, and that has to just be the most ridiculous thing. Like, it was operating, the woman who made it was operating under the assumption that Twitch only promotes videos with a lot of like detected speech, so. Well, wasted youth. It's been a minute. Oh my god. A fucking baby zombie. Dude, I'm gonna cry. I fucking miss him so much. It's crazy. Zombie with a bow. Doesn't seem to be any. Oh fuck! This is the only way forward though. So. There has to be a spawner. There's just no way. Jesus Christ, yeah, there's definitely a spawner. Okay. Yep, you know what? Somehow I feel like it's not worth it. I think that's where they were all spawning while I was working on it out there, so that's why there's so many. This is crazy because it's literally like easy mode. Oh, it's normal, I guess. Yep. What did I say? Okay, I gotta mark this somehow. I'll put a birch plank here, so I remember. Girl, you just know Echo 2K was on that Tina hard as fuck. I remember in like 2017 and stuff before E, he would post pictures and his pupils would just be, which, you know, could be Molly too, but damn, Tragic made that? He is really not too sexy for the syrup. He's pregnant with the syrup. It's really crazy because Desire and September's Rich sound like identical. Except September copied Desire's whole flow and half of Yeats, so. I need Oxy, I'm so sick. My niggas addicts. And yet, all my niggas rich as shit. Oh, fuck. Whatever. They'll never find out. Honestly, my online presence is so tarnished at this point that if anyone found me, my whole life would just instantly be over. More gold, nice. At this point, I'm gonna waste my entire iron pick on gold before I find diamonds. If I get a stack of gold before I find more diamonds, I'm gonna cry. Creatures lie here, moving through the window, monster. That's how I feel. Creatures lie here, moving through the window. What's that sound again? Charlie Kirk. What is this? Whoops. Diamonds! Let's go. Okay, please at least be 4. My penis is really big. Me when I really don't like to swear. Lame. Seriously? Only fucking 4? Oh no, there's another one underneath here. Okay, good thing I dug out. I mean, I would have found it if I just dug them on the enemy, but... This lightning was really going crazy. So it's 5, not bad, which means I have 7 total. I still need a lot more. I think I have full netherite. Full niggerite. I meant netherite. Oh no, that was See, this method works. I told y'all this method goated. They doubted me, bro. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Die. Fucking piece of shit cunt. Goodness gracious. Wait, where's my tunnels? Okay. I know it's here somewhere. I accidentally blocked myself out. Oh, it's the Seraphim. Straight banger. I'm just saving myself a little bit of effort. More gold. Yay. Yummers. Not really the atmosphere. I fucking can't believe it. Since fucking when are diamonds literally this hard to get? Smell them. I can smell diamonds. We're cutting close, chat. Oh, I need to take my Suboxone. Be right back. My dad was complaining about me having it. I was like, oh, your brothers could overdose. I'm like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Whatever. What the fuck ever at this point? Where's the thing? It's here. Dig it. down. I drink the poison and I pass the fuck out. Now let me tell you about the good life. I have a million different kinds of fun when I'm asleep and in a dream that I'm your only one. Can we create something beautiful and destroy it? Nobody knows I dream about it. Is it my imagination? If you come over tonight, we can travel through time. We can sleep under ceilings, creep under black light. Million different girls under my bed, and when I let 'em out, treat me right. Oh, what a waste of a perfect good you were screaming till the police came and destroyed it. Nobody knows I dream about it. Is it my imagination? If every living thing dies alone, what am I doing here? If every living thing dies alone, what am I doing here? Beautiful and destroyed. Nobody knows I dream about it. Is it my imagination? If every living thing dies alone, what am I doing here? If every living thing dies alone, what am I doing here? I forgot a fishing pole. Let me see that fishing pole, bro. No, you didn't drop it. What is this? Why can't I? Okay. Alright, I guess. GTB, we don't need air, we don't breathe air, we're smoking weed. The packs smell like bleach. We're not smoking seeds here. Marble floors in my house on the cleaner. Blade on burrito, put bleach in my sneakers. I also do that. I put bleach in my sneakers as well. more specifically, I need the saplings. I'd be riding in a car, nigga. I don't eat the beef, bro. I'm hot like the freezer. Oh shit, okay. Here, bro. Here, dude. Nice. Let me show you, bro. I don't know why I was no pro. Nice. 0 for 2. There's definitely multiple people on this SMP. Seriously? I'm not food? Oh, no, I have food. Whatever. I'll eat that later. 0 apples. Nice. At least we have a decent amount of leather. I like seriously need coal. So actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save all these picks. And I'm gonna take my cobblestone, what little cobblestone I have. Make it into pickaxes. Where's the rest of the gold? Hold on, cause I had a ton of gold. Where did? Okay, there it is. Where did it start? I got really scared for a second there. Okay, and we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go down to where it turns into tough. So right about here. Let's see where the first tough block is. Okay, it's here. So you know what? We'll just do. So we're trying to get iron and coal now. Interesting. Only thing on my mind is hitting the lick. My tears was froze. Fuck you gonna leave me flat on E. Playing games and shit, but instead I'm running with the gang and shit. Robberies done turned to a shooters, yo. Something did a gang and shit. It'll take a year to explain this shit. We don't stay safe, we stay dangerous. It fucked me up. And it happened on 12 Stroud Street. I seriously thought that was from the game. crazy ass outro for a song. Song's about me. Streets made me shit. I need to like not forget, so I gotta make like a super abnormal structure. Also, extra fucking cobble is probably gonna come in handy. Oh, and I got extra fucking iron because of that. I'm just a human being. Let's go. IC method. Oh shit, wait. W method. What's the matter? You can't blow your way up out of it? I swear, the fucking, fuck, I forget who made that sound effect, but that sound effect made me think it was like a creepy house, but... I like my bitches how I like my money, new as fuck. Fucking zombies are getting annoying. You ain't really got that action, boy, pack it up. You know, this amount of like mobs would probably worry me if I wasn't playing on Bug Rock. creeper explode by the Enderman. Oh for 3. How? How did you even spawn? Where are you spawning? Goodness gracious. Shoddy shit like 26. Goodness gracious. These fucking spiders have a lot of range. And it's uncomfortable. Shoddy shit like 26. And you know I like them, you know. Method coded. Grab this and I'm heading. This might be a problem. You might be having a problem. Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did the fucking mini zombie go? Did he disappear? Oh my god. He's riding him. He's riding him. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. Where did he go now? How is this possible? How does this even happen? Scary stuff, guys. I don't know if I'm ready for it. Of fucking course, there's another skeleton. And there's the spider jockey. Spider jockey. Nice jockey. Honestly, I wish you could have 1.7 combat and something like this. I swear, the fucking bass sounds like it's coming in real life. Okay, that's it. That's everything. just check out what's down here. Just for shits. Oh yeah, I need to remember where this is. Oh wait, we already have a portal. Never mind. Oh, it would be so fire if this song sampled that sound. I'm a little ass kid, hey. I'm really young and little, hey. Okay, where's the entrance? Whole screen. Who the fuck does you have to laugh? I remember getting fucked on Molly, like busting hard as shit. And fucking playing this shit, dude. Autumn 20 Uzis on Molly is something else, dude. sweeter than sweet every bottle pop. I wish there was more coal. Yo, let's go. Too trippy. Pink Pantheress stealing her whole flow from Girls' Generation. My name's Pink and it's very nice to meet you. Choo baby, 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 choo baby, baby. And I got 6. Adds up to a good little bit of diamonds. More diamonds, very nice. Honestly, like, I think caving might be the method. Looking how to find your love. Someone said you gotta get help, but I can't help asking myself, is this all there is to it? But no one watching, ice in the air. I cried my head, I thought about your neck, and no one listened to the guest. Gotta get back, chocolate will kill you softly. Ice in the air, it tastes like almond grass. Someone else out there, I wanna know what it feels like. Is this all there is to life? I think I forgot the gold by the diamond. Yeah, still important. I guess. How are there more diamonds here than on the level where they're like literally supposed to spawn? Seriously, cold though. I think I might be too late for coal. Oh, I was standing on it. I was like, I was about to say, I think we've exhausted this cave. But not quite yet. put a cape in my I need this zombie to catch me. Okay, go fuck him up. Okay, I'm out of food, I'm losing health. I need to, like, start looking at my culture. This is the most, like, look at this. On the left, it's like normal depressed man, and then on the right, it's him transitioning. It's just the most ridiculous thing ever because his face changes in a way that shouldn't even be possible. Fuck me in the fucking ass. Bullshit. Total fucking bullshit. Fucking ridiculous. Please let this block break. Cave that goes up. Cave that goes up. Okay, here we go. Is this it? Is where I died? No. Such a fucking stupid addition anyway. Why would you have fucking underwater caves? Okay, this is one. This is an underwater cave. How does it connect though?
Where is it? You know what the fuck I'm talking about, Reggie? Where is it?
I started digging up and then I fucking died. So it's gonna be like a little tunnel, right? Fucking ridiculous. Should not be fucking allowed. Back up to the surface. And I'm lost. Back down. This is underwater, right? Had to be here somewhere. Ah, here we go. God. All my shit. Stars. Goated. Oh no, Attack, sorry. But Icy Stars is also goated. Attack is goated too. Alright, we need to set up a sugarcane farm. Seriously? No. Fucking not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Oh my god. Oh, that was fucking scary. That's kind of cool. Since I've been out on my own, bittersweet, free and so alone. For myself, makes you wanna drink to feel like you are someone else. Then another, and another, and another, and another, and another. Love in a bottle, love in a bottle. Don't need love when it comes in a bottle. Stop when you're bluffing, double or nothing. Laugh it up, la la la. Those hot boys, and this is my name. Those thinking, the notch, faster than sinking. I'm you and behind all my thoughts that I've been overthinking. Buying friends in my wine. As long as I'm drinking, love in a bottle, love in a bottle. Don't need love when it comes in a bottle. Stop when you're bluffing, double or nothing. Laugh it up, la 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 la. Is in the eyes of the beholder. Tomorrow lies or fucks you over. It goes down the same every time. And you'll trip. And you'll cheer for the water. And it's all love in a bottle, love in a bottle. Don't need love when your stream is lagging. Stop when you're bluffing, double or nothing. Laugh it up, la 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 la.
Love in a bottle. Can't have love when it comes
In a bottle,
home in a
numb in a bottle. Nothing that's not in a bottle.
another row.
Okay, I think we fucked up here. We split it in 3 and we split it in 2. 30 days and nights gonna coil me up. Sleeping up. Bedrock used to be better. Like there used to be a video setting to show FPS. I really do need more coil, but I also need better tools, so. I don't know what I'm gonna make full diamond. I'm gonna be generous and give Ian a gift. Knock knock. Alright, let's put this back up. Oh man, I'm a resting pussy. Strange. No, racing pants. Women's on my dick. When I put her up in France, Cardi, yeah, sorry, is that it? Gabapentin isn't that hard, but I would put it in coffee mode. I feel this song on such a spiritual level. Oh, it's Drop a Cake in. This is my only food today. Cook all this food. Let's put this in there. I was saving myself for you. I was saving myself for you. Looks like a penis. I'm saving myself for you. My whole life for you. I'm saving myself for you. Now, brother, when I be back. Now, hold on. This is innocent life by the beach, but it's looking like sharks. 'Cause without you, nothing ever mattered. I'm screaming with my arms. Do you understand me? As I watch them feed on you, it's over if I die, you die too. Just wanted one dance with you, and one night under the smoke of entire house is on fire. I wish they could still make stuff like this. So melodramatic, but it turns me on. In the meantime, let's get some they make it so hard to tell which ones are ripe and which ones aren't. Oh yeah, and sugar cane, obviously. these fish. 'Cause honestly, it looks really nice on the front cover. This thing doesn't show it's gonna be a fucking beast. Okay, another Enderman. Let's get rid of these guys. Shit, I didn't have the did I? Where's that spider? Okay. Where the fuck is he? No way did he despawn. I think he despawned. Fuck. I refuse to believe it. I simply refuse to believe it. Yep. Despawned. How lame. Okay, whatever. Well, I suppose I'll take my XP and go on my merry way then. Here's some coal. Full inventory is full. It looks so insane that this is. I guess I suppose maybe I'm not as immune to creepers as I thought. But okay, I thought it would be way worse than that. Get the fuck out of here. That's it, just the two. Seriously, knocking down these fucking zombies. What a bitch. They don't have room for this now. Get the fuck out of here. I'll drop something. I accidentally saved the clean version. Okay, it's the string. Here we go. Normal pleaser. Give me some Jesus. As soon as I started confessing the sins, you wouldn't believe. I got sins on my mind. Oops. Oh my god. Why do I keep misclicking? In love with two girls at one time and they're twins. That's why I got twins on my mind. They got kids. That's why I got kids on my mind. I'm a pedo. Yeah, I really am for kids, but I'm a rapper, so I'll say it's a joke. Yeah, really let me get through some DM or did it, she might have secret. You tryna diss me to blow up my people. I can respond with just go shit people. If I left some wrecks on the bed, you can keep it. This shit getting deeper and deeper. I dig out shit. Water you in shark out of water, you swimming through the fish. I hit today, but tomorrow she missing. I go next, she look up, then I kiss it. I don't even go, but I fit the description. I like to pull, so I get the prescription. We walk around with them bands and I preach this gun and go jam when I blow and missing. I'm dropping hit after hit, I'm just chilling, but I said I hit while I chill on my children. The bigger the business, the bigger the house. I burn on the family, swear that I got it. Keep my friends on my mind. I'm in love with two girls at one time. And kids, that's why I got kids on my mind. Yeah, keep my friends on my mind. Listen, Jesus in my life, hey. I'm gonna go where I love me inclusive. Dear, I'm a dilly, this your mother's secret. You tryna diss me to blow up a peepin'. I can my phone just go up a peepin'. I am thirsty. Maybe I could read something real. Oh wow. Oh yeah, I can just do this. Honestly, I'm like low-key letting the villagers die. Yo, an apple. My first actual apple. I'm just gonna have to plant these, honestly. we got some apples now. Gotta put some of this stuff away. Can't believe it. A normal bow. Oh, it's finished. Let's grab this. Oh, right. We gotta cook the copper. Goopy hole. Okay, where's the path? Book. How many books do we need for everything? I just need one. Let's see. Bookshelf, 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 bookshelf. Let's just set it up as like a concept. Max and 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. Okay. Not bad. Had a little bit of progress here, but not bad. I have some extra levels, so let's see if we can get silk touch. Oh fuck. Wait, I do actually need lapis. Oh, I'm such a dumb slut. Okay, well, whatever. So we can bone meal the fuck out of these, so. just turn the gold apples right into, or well, let's turn the apples right into gold apples. I wonder if Ian has any apples. Let's go plant these suckers. Oh shit, did it all despawn? I think it did, fuck. Okay, well, I guess we just need to. Oh, right, I needed to drink water in real life. Well, we planted some oak trees over there, so. BRB. Hey, why is the fucking thing weird? Why is OBS running like shit? Let's just add a random image for the background. It's kind of cool. How does that look? Not freaking bad. BRB. I've showed you guys before, but it's another opportunity to show off my epic water bottle. So we got Toa, Sewer Slut, Yoji, City Boy, Yotsuba 404, Bunny, Random YouTube Food Reviewer, Yotsuba 404, Big Titty Girl, Bow Tie. In 2026, I'm getting back on the Zanes and becoming worse than ever before. Let's see, Kitty, Bunny, Cat, Cutting, Angel. When it's career day and your dad walk in with his donating plasma and Uber Eats method. I don't know, I think it's a pretty cool bottle. I think it might be time to go to the nether. I don't really need a horse for anything. fucking sapling. That's ridiculous. Okay. And the bone meal. I need to torch this place up because honestly it's not looking good. No. Yeah, I can film all these. That's it. That's all she wrote. Right, I should probably do something with the sugar cane before I fucking die. Oh, and I need to make a sign for a Queefo. Or Skeletor, I guess. Yes, finally. Oh my god. Fuck me. I'm gonna get more in the nether. Alright, we need cows too. So let's put this away. If I were you, I'd put that away. There's just 3 papers in one other. So cows only move right now. Oh, it's gonna stay because of that wood. Nice apple. Maybe it'll run better now. Anyway. Let's see. Oh damn, 5 saplings? Wait. That tree method might be goated? I'm gonna finish our house for him. Go deep in her shit like a fish. Yeah, fixed. Can't believe that was that. Slay. Actually, that doesn't look bad. It's like layering, texturing. Whoa. Okay, that looks sick. Don't throw stones if you live in a glass house. Oh, wait, I got a better idea. Pretty much the only place you can put a torch. Unless I put the rest outside and use that for natural lighting. Alright, where's that cow? There's a cow here. And now it's gone. Alright, let me fucking sleep just cause. seriously. There's a cow. Fucking or you know what? Asymmetry. Really not the fans. Oh, I can make. Okay. Now we shall look for cows and get more oak. Okay. One leather. I have my built-in compass. Nice. I don't know if it would be better or not to start a cow farm. Silly. Lagging again. This song has some really good lyrics.
This marathon shit, so let's see who first to the finish. If it's less than 100 racks, it don't deserve your attention. Cause burdens come with it. My second test was serving a sentence. My first was make a brick jump like it was hurting a fence. Certainly, my last shit was a courtesy, nigga. Further me, have bust down before you heard of me, nigga. Shoot boxes, racks sitting vertically, nigga. I'm fresh out of luck, I'm here cause I deserve to be, nigga. I sat back a bit and watched beginners winning my belt. Burned my fingers, came back a good swimmer like Phelps. You know the feeling, young black male, what y'all dealing. Take your whole life to get it, it only lasts you a minute. In the kitchen counting cash with cats with back with the scissors. Put the things in the fridge, then toss it back in the blender. That was us. Next to a pig like I was Puff, the good die young. All the OGs dirty enough. And Alexander McQueen kicks just to dirty him up. Money tree branches break when they not sturdy enough. See, I was good with the bag I roll. Water in my shoes, put them on and baptize hoes. Walk in my shoes, we got shack size souls. The flatline nose, black rap niggas wearing half size clothes.
What's the dilly? I'm only about 3 hours from Philly. That's an hour on the plane. I'll make it 6 in the Bentley.
My bitch keeps saying I'm famous, but it ain't hit me. I'm too ghetto, mellowed out. This Hollywood shit tricky. See, before I knew an A&R, I was weighing hard back when Nicki Minaj.
Naj was in a training bra.
This game is better play it hard. The judge give you life, and later that day, he gon' be playing cards. I'm from the era we don't pay it if you waited wrong. Back when your parents got your baby shoes plated bronze. We took hip hop and made it off. I sold quarters, just so happened I'm the author of your favorite song. They bullshitting, but we played along. More wrong than the niggas got hit with the rating laws. Let's go.
Every king will have his crown.
Yeah, when we was hooked in the hood, getting booked like literature kept us shook. Like when the boogeyman coming to get you, we was crook. Trying to stop more rides, they made a venture. Any image we took, not a father was in the picture. It was time, not a father was in the picture. Facing the darkest outcome, spreading the outcome. Fighting not to be the for whom the bell tolls. Crown kings and Adidas suits, the shell toes. We on the road, body blows, the elbows. Wishing we could get from Snyder Ave to Melrose. Body bags and jail clothes that warn niggas not to lollygag when hell rolls. We railroaded through the thick of things for gold chains and chicken chains. No one's throwing flames, it's growing pains. When in the game, in the flow, ashes in the snow. There's no remains, push the wheel as fast as it could go. We overcame the obstacles, but when you official, the block miss you. Even if the old crew choose not, the rock with you was blue black, stuck in the glue trap. I had to pull my own self up by the bootstrap, where everybody play their own part like a tooth gap. And old heads teach the young hitter to shoot back. I've been living proof that the pressure make precious stones, and real glamour survives remain lesser known. But anybody who question you send a message to 'em. I see my seat at the table to be a black throne. Science and tragedy, his majesty muscle. Never asked to be the devil is the casualty sucker. You never capture me even though you been after me, motherfucker. You gotta bring an army to harm me. I occupy the capacity of the hater in this modern day. My
Oh shit, this song is good. I've been fucking boys like you since I learned how to think. Smegma in Japanese words. Yummy. Smegma in Japanese words. You know what, I do need to leave. What are golden carrots for? This axe is basically dead. What do we live? What the fuck is leaf litter? Whoa. That fucking cow did not want to die. I guess no one really does though. Suicidal people. Every time I've attempted suicide, I change my mind at the last minute, so... Armadillos? What the fudge? Stacks of coal I have. Just two. This is my favorite song because Cemetery should hate himself. literally such a terrible fucking song. I only have a few hours left, so I should probably hit the nether. Cow motor. Oh, 3M gang. I just noticed that. She's slut-shaming. Trying to analyze Millionaire's lyrics as if it was supposed to ever make sense. Modified chickens. Alright, we're going back before this place starts filling up with bombs. I think llamas drop leather too, right? Yeah, they do.
Let's do it. Keep them bitches rolling, you know. Gonna tell you these
It's a
facts.
strange cow.
I ain't lying. I say before rapping, they called us villains. Lil 50 made a 50 with 50 shots in his blicker. I be lying if I said I got went on by any nigga. We know them people listen, so ain't gon' talk about shit specific. I ain't lying. We really play the bully. my ass. I took a 90 that 33 times. Don't let up, keep my foot on the gas. Glock 357 and a 392. Full straight fifth, yeah, a couple Hellcats too. Lily from the Burbs, okay, that's cool. He always in the hundreds though, yeah, that's true. Can't lie, name a bitch that we ain't ran through in 8 minutes. Big work, just scratch and move. They ain't like us, we get everything from the jug. 232, make them 1032. We don't know the truth, your homie dead, check the news. The 2014 style plan. Show that we the only ones with pipes in the room. Or bitches. Pick up a back end before school. Do a work with the Glock like a tool. Catch your moves and we miss, we pay you. I ain't lying. We really play the bully, we kill bullies. Katie makes it a movie. Never seen you fucking goofies. I ain't lying. Been out here, ask your bitch, I bet she know me. Don't think what we do is homie. Give a bitch right to my brody. I ain't lying.
We need to make start a California. Queen card, my booty high, like fire. I'm star. Queen card, I'm high. I'm twerking on the runway. I am a queen card. You wanna be my queen card? I'm a queen card. I'm a queen card. So pretty like a Rihanna. Oh my god, it's like literally perfect. SMP spawn. Of course you fucking despawn. Baby, I don't wanna know how. Seriously? There was literally just a cow here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I have no feelings. Oh, I should probably read them. Oh, wait, I need to put my shit away. It's like he's begging me to go in the farm. Hold on, let me eat this leather. Okay. Now we go. after the farm, it's nether time. Don't let me forget, chat. I actually really need to go to nether at this point. It's like I'm way too close to ending. Get rid of some of this shit. Oh yeah, I was gonna make an entire stuff. And let's turn this into this. Oops. Let's see. I think I need. Let's just do forward for now. You know what, let's bring this to. Now we're seeing it's full iron tools, so that's 2 swords, 2 picks, and 2 axes. Yeah, and let's get this food too. Yo, banger alert. Hello, banger. At 17, and she meant the world to me, so I gave her everything. She turned out to be a cheat. She said she'd been thinking for a long time, and she found somebody new. I've been thinking that this whole time, girl, I never thought you'd stay, and that's okay. Be hard and then he throws you away from there before you go. There's nothing you Honestly, let's make a path over to here. For someone she couldn't use, so now I gotta call the doctors who can prescribe me medication, so we can scam and rip my heart with bills to being in this world. Okay, I need to like right away. Nope, you're not getting out. No matter how loud you moan. I don't want to hear that. It's for your own good and you know it. Jesus, these cows are fucking mad. Why are you guys all crowded here anyway? Come over here, look. I got this yummy wheat. I got this yummy wheat. Your guys' incestuous sex. No way, did I look through just some because I want to build a place as soon as I get nether. You know what, let's use these. I don't know. I don't know how many bitches. Made the worst mistake out of him. Oh wait, how did I not notice that?
하나의 불이 태어났다.
The flame engulfed the silence, splitting apart the dark.
火は届かない太陽の幻を追いかけて大きくなった。 갈라진 틈으로 쏟아지는 괴물. 눈을 태우는 찰나의 섬광.
Let's just bring it on the line.
美しい揺らめきに誘われ、より大きく燃え上がることだけが存在の理由だと信じていた。In the end, it devoured itself and scattered to ashes. A paradoxical existence. A vanishing point. A blue light. Infinite time.
하나의 불은 제가 되었다.
'cause I don't wanna leave without you buried by my side. I'd rather kill the one responsible for falling stars at night, 'cause they fall all around me. The night can be deadly, and they'll never take us away. Can you chase away the clouds of love and die? She was solid, every reason she's fine. So we're heading there together at the same time. You sing while I drive. Nice, I guess. Out of fucking nowhere. I'm gonna tear out the threads one by one from your skin till your bones are embarrassed by all the attention. Kiss me while I drive. Seriously, another one? gonna waste all my fucking arrows. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Okay. Doing this now. Oh my god. Literally, bro. It's so fucking fucked up. I didn't even do anything fucking wrong. I don't know why I deserve this kind of treatment. I don't know why the universe throws these kind of things at me. The only time I ever meet a guy who's fucking worth the damn, and he's not ready for a relationship. Ironically. things in my room. I miss you all the time. I stalk myself on the internet just to see what you'll find. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. You make it look so easy, leaving everything behind. Slit my own throat just to say that I'm sorry. Yeah, I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. I stalk myself on the internet just to see what you'll find. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. You make it look so easy, leaving everything behind. So cool, I wanna die. Is it too soon to say what's on my mind? Jesus Christ. You fucker. you are meeting, are you into reading? No need for being coy. You'll improve your uptake, have a freaking cupcake, and must you bring the boy? Time to write some poems, don't be scared to show them. The festival stays away. You can help with baking or banana making, and I'll walk home alone today. Maybe with friends, maybe with more. How can you love a simple girl next door? I'm just not the type he's looking for. Hey, so you're doing okay? I'm having a difficult day. I'd say you seem pretty lonely. I wish I could make her grin. All she wants are things back the way they've been.
She's depressed and stressed and she's feeling blue, so I don't want to Yori.
Hey, you.
Just Monica, 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 just Monica.
Manga is my passion, don't you be passion. Writing's got finesse. Maybe you should borrow these until tomorrow. Were you looking up my dress? I'm sorry, what about Sayori? Let's talk about me instead. I've been learning piano and I sing soprano, and I can't get you out of my head. Can't look away, can't help but blush. Where did I get this overwhelming crush? It's sharp as a knife and twice a rush. Yo, there's something I think you should know. I've never seen you so sane and chill and still kinda sweaty, and I don't mind cutting to the chase. I'm in love with you and your gorgeous face. It's a sentiment I can't allow, so my dear friend Yuri is getting the point now.
Just Monica, 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 just Monica.
Could you have guessed? Maybe it's new. Suki's next, I'm deleting her too. You don't need cupcakes or coins with tea. I only need you to love me. Yo, there's no one else in our way. So look at me and just say, right here, my dear, that you love me. And we'll sit here till the end of time, 'cause I've earned this and you're finally mine.
And I'm sorry what you had to see, but it no longer matters, 'cause
Now you belong to me.
just Monica, 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 forever.
Just say Yuri, 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 just say Yuri.
Show me what you're giving.
eyes I had. I was sorry before I was even born, so just forgive me. By the way, you were pretty to be pet. I was praying for the soul to be reborn, you didn't send it, but I feel like it is finally descending. When we raise our glasses up, it's overflow, it's never empty. We're victorious and happy in the end.
It was already inside me, I didn't have to look. The you I fight fair, is the story, is the book. I know the feeling, but I'm losing spirit. What goes around comes around and stay from the beginning. Two heavy swords laid, we have to wait. Pray for your arrival, never pray for your mistakes. Wedding bells and nation spells, I meet you at the gate. You see it in my face, blood rain. Let the rain hit the wave.
At the edge of the blade, that's the point. Shooting for the stars, but we aim for the gold. Swimming with the sharks to the gods, cause the spoils. I know in my heart that it's all very void. Staying very warm, keeping flames on the foil. Now we wash our face and then spray essential oils. Destiny is ours, yet they hate on the boys. You can either go hard or not, it's a choice.
Now we fight for minus like the helicopters on the roof, I make this shit look fun. We was dirty in designer when the finer things would come. And we took so many risks, now you see the outcome. I fell off, but I came back on top. Lay low with the rose gold wrapped around the watch. Got bloodshot eyes, I've been working round the clock. SUVs by the gate, real estate, get the world in our
You
palms.
know what, just stop, cause you're not. Darkness in my head, it gets you spinning like a clock. In this crystal palace and a day throw a rock. We got so much different kind of flavors coming sharp. Blowing all this money cause it's windy at the top. We can cut it out and cut it off and let it rock. We can team or not. Believe we can't get enough.
you ain't see that. I'm gonna plant this. Oh yeah, just come in and fucking rape me too, please. Awesome. Seriously?
Still
that really the seed? Yes, it is. Okay, we are 39.99. Okay. So the closest would be 299, 219. So I'm this down. Fuck, I didn't bring enough cobble. I'm just gonna have to pray, I guess. Take should honestly rebuild the portal. Fuck, my diamonds are so far away though. Okay, another day. I mean, it's not gonna. It's here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck, 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 fuck. This is literally the worst case scenario. I could not dream up a worse scenario. Okay, good thing I... Goodness gracious. Okay, we need to put this, like, right next to where my pickaxe slot is. Why is it doing a dissimilar sound? Oh my fucking god. Yeah, no, everyone, please rate me. Please come here and rate me as quickly as possible, preferably. Fuck off. For the love of God. Fucking annoying. People who can actually enjoy weed sound like they're having so much fun. It's just me and my team and it's only well, sometimes bug rock really comes in the clutch. To go away right now because that's really important for us to focus on. How many do I have now? 4? I need a few more. Fuck. I cannot see shit. Goodness gracious. There's supposed to be a spawner. I don't understand. honestly don't need fucking 6 flint and steels. Is that it? Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, get away from me, Jesus Christ. Fuck. God. Let's see here, Jedi. At least they didn't aggro any pigmen. I need to kill this guy just on a matter of principle. Okay, you need to go first because if you don't, it's gonna get really annoying really fast. I fucking know there's a spawner here somewhere. I just want to mark the spawner and go home. For Christ's sake. Okay, it's here already. This Nautilus shell is anything but lucky. Oh my, is that it? There just has to be no spawner. Just out of arrows still. Fuck! As I said that. it. No. You're really taking fire here. Oh, shit. Get out, nigga, get out. Get out, nigga, get out. They have to be fucking spawning in there. Fuck! Fuck. I did it. I aggroed the fucking pigment. There'll be no other pigment around here. Fuck. Okay, that's it. I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm going home. What was my chords? Wait, better not be a wither skeleton. They're over there, so please. Let's go. Oop. Okay, that's it. I'm fucked. There's one behind me. I guess this one's fine. There's 29 point red. Fuck, no, twin. You're done. No. Things are gonna get really bad really quickly. I think it's time to mine. Oh wait, it's highest position. I guess these blocks just kind of spawn. No, what? How? I just need a break from that. Honestly. Any more? How did you get out? Bro, please kick the cup. Please don't get it. Don't get it. No, it's not really matter. Just shine, yeah, thing that you can do, it's gonna run out. There must be something about this dizzy dreamer and her bleeding little blue boy. Look in your fingers like you're dying, you desire that so much more than more. And baby, honestly, it's hard to breathe next to you. I've shared about a gun and as the creature tried to stab me, oh my heart, it's here for you anyway. can't forget you. I'll burn your name into my throat. I'll be the fire that'll catch you. And what's so good about picking up the pieces? What if I don't even want to? guess that is the closest one that goes. 410, negative 616. I wish the slime raped and impregnated me instead of doing that. Imagine how good it would feel to have like a burning hot lava slime inside your uterus. Oh, I need like way more pickaxes. Yeah, that's definitely not Yeah, I'll bring my alt down. That's fine. Dumbass fucking gas. Alright. We're done with music. I'm gonna switch to YouTube. Alright, I have to have it open. Discord. Look at this disgusting fucking creature. Look at its face. Why is that skirt eating her? It's like 6 times bigger than her. Troons always do this thing where it highlights how giant their fucking ribcage is. See, okay, I don't want to just shit on her outfit for no reason. So, her accent color here is pink, so she's gonna have like probably a ponytail with that pink scrunchie, right? So the colors we're working with is white, gray, black, and then there's this stripe on here that doesn't match the. It's not close enough to the gray of the shirt to match it. And I don't know. I would probably do some like pink leg warmers and a plain black skirt. Maybe off the shoulder halter top type thing. I think it would suit her because usually when you show your shoulders, it like makes them look smaller paradoxically. But I would give it a dislike if they still exist there on YouTube. But I really don't like the la meme fucking ew.
$100
Here's the video.
Ability of hero. What if I tell you there's one not yet explored possibility of Herobrine being something more than just a creepypasta? Just what if the thing I have been pointing at few years ago is real? Today I'd like to take you on a journey, a deep dive if you will, into a promising, possible explanation of Herobrine. In a typical video essay fashion, I'd now explain who Herobrine is, how it all stemmed from a post on some forum, how the Copeland stream made the creepypasta explode in popularity, but there are already videos covering that, and I want to get straight to the point. You've probably heard many hypotheses about Herobrine's existence, ranging from totally absurd, like Herobrine haunting your hard drive, to more reasonable ones, like Herobrine being included in the game at some point, but to this day I haven't heard one that wasn't debunked. Minecraft's source code has been known and analyzed for years, and not a single line of code pointing to Herobrine has been found. But I had this crazy idea. You see, many Herobrine stories included a key detail that sparked a thought in my head: pirated version of the game. Apparently, Herobrine appeared only on unofficial or non-premium installations of Minecraft, and today I want to explore that possibility. But without further ado, for the sake of this video, I've downloaded a popular cracked Minecraft launcher made by Hokkaido, also known as Minecraft SP. Then I decompiled it, and while browsing through its source code, I found nothing. There was nothing suspicious, and to be honest, I did not expect to find anything extraordinary in a popular launcher downloaded from a first search result on Google, but that's not the point. I want to focus on something else. In this video, I want to show you how easy it is to modify that launcher and use it as a base for either a harmless prank built on a premise of popular creepypasta or something much more sinister. However, to understand that properly, we first need to talk about launchers in general. What they are and what do they do? Well, a launcher in Minecraft terminology is a program that lets you boot up the game easily. You don't need a launcher to play the game, you can do it with a simple batch file, but launchers are much more user-friendly. Additionally, a launcher such as Minecraft SP would automatically download necessary files from Mojang servers, minecraft.jar, necessary libraries, etc. It would also let you update the game easily. But can you see the problem? The launcher downloads the files. How can you be sure those files are coming from Mojang servers and not some third-party one? To test that theory, I've modified the aforementioned launcher so that it downloads the files from my own server hosted on my computer. Okay, let's stop for a second. More technical players might be wondering, how could nobody notice that? People were installing mods, digging in the game files. Surely somebody would notice. But what if I tell you the launcher I've made makes it practically impossible to detect that the game was modified? It didn't touch the game files yet, look at that. I'm able to spawn Herobrine, give myself some items or change the time of day. Before we take a deep dive into mechanics, there may be some confusion. Have I found something? Do I have any proof of such thing happening in the past? Or is it just a conspiracy theory? Well, to be completely frank with you, I had checked few Minecraft SP launchers and I haven't found anything out of the ordinary, but mind you, there are countless re-uploads of that small piece of software. I won't be able to check all of them. My main focus of today is to spread the word and show you a proof of concept that a thing like that might have been a reality. In my eyes, this is the only possibility of Herobrine ever existing, the last glimmer of hope. Going back to the topic, however, let me show you how this modified launcher works. Normally, when you press enter game, the launcher first checks whether all the necessary files are on your computer. If not, they are downloaded from the official Mojang server. You may notice I'm mentioning the official Mojang server while talking about a pirated launcher. How is that so? Well, interestingly, anyone could access those files. Type in s3.amazon.aws.com/minecraftdownload/minecraft.jar and see for yourself. I recommend you, however, using the web archive, as nowadays this address points to an invalid resource, but back in the days those files were accessible to anyone, so there was no point in pirates hosting their own servers for downloading the game files. Due to official servers not responding as they should, my version of the launcher downloads the files from a local server I host on my computer, but those files are 100% original. However, hidden amongst them there is a malicious payload file containing the modification. In real scenario, only the additional content may have been downloaded from a third-party server, making it even more undercover. After the launcher downloaded necessary files, it is time to patch the game with malicious payload. It's basically like installing the mod back in the days. You open up minecraft.jar, drop in the modified files, and most importantly, delete meta.inf directory. The launcher now does exactly the same thing with a small twist, but I will let you ponder on that for a second. Let's see if you figure it out. In the meantime, let's check the files to see any possible discrepancies. The bin folder seems to be intact. There are no additional files. Opening up minecraft.jar, we see nothing out of the ordinary. Most importantly, the meta.inf is still there, but to be sure, let's compare entire Minecraft jar against a legitimate version downloaded from Omni Archive. Instead of tediously going file by file, I will use something called a checksum. To put it simply, a checksum is basically like a fingerprint of a file. If files are identical, their checksum is going to be identical too. So let me take a look at the CRC64 checksum. We can see it matches, meaning either the Omni Archive team spiced it up with Herobrine, or more realistically, my Minecraft.jar is untouched. But notice one thing, normally when playing Minecraft you cannot modify, delete or rename the jar. However, in this instance, I'm free to do so, pointing at the fact that this file is in fact not used at all. Okay, if you figured how it works, congrats. If not, let me explain. After setting things up, the launcher copies the minecraft.jar file into a temporary directory far away from .minecraft. The simplest way of getting rid of meta.inf is to copy all the internal files from the jar except the meta.inf directory. This way the original jar is left untouched. Any changes, for example me retexturing a creeper, carry on to the modified version, making it very hard to spot. I think it's good time for me to stop and explain the whole deal with the meta.inf directory. Why is it so important to delete it when modifying the game files? Let's take a look at one of the files stored in meta.inf, manifest.mf. This file contains SHA1 checksums for all the game files. For the sake of this video, you don't need to know what SHA1 is, just know that the purpose of it is to reduce the files to a short, manageable string of characters, just like CRC64 that I've used to compare two Minecraft.jar files. Later, when loading the jar, Java runtime environment checks whether the actual checksums of game files match the ones in manifest.mf. If not, an exception will be raised and you'll see the error screen pop up. Now let's get back to the topic. After the Minecraft jar is copied, the payload file is placed in that hidden directory too. And finally, the launcher tells Java to load necessary files using the modified, copied version of jar and the payload too. Even if we now open the modified jar, you won't see the modified files, as they are loaded by Java during the runtime. The result of that whole process, you are playing a modded instance of Minecraft without even knowing that. Best part is, it would even work with some mods installed, as long as there are no conflicts. The malicious payload could go a step further. Instead of raw dogging the Herobrine into the game, it could function as a regular mod, using modloader to further eliminate the possibility of incompatibility with user installed mods. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Okay, but what if there was a conflict? Wouldn't that give it away? Well, for a technical, cautious player, it may set off an alarm, or at least a warning. But most people would just stare at the crash message for a bit and probably try again, just to be sure. The launcher could detect the crash and enter the silent mode. This time, it launches the game in an ordinary fashion. The player, oblivious to the whole situation, remains convinced it was just a bug. Maybe a cosmic particle hit their RAM in a wrong way or something, and the sneaky author of the launcher slips under the radar. I know what some of you may think. This is far-fetched. Why would anyone go through such lengths to scare some children? And just so you understand me, I do not accuse Hokkaido of any wrongdoings. All I say is they created a launcher that's really easy to reverse engineer, modify and distribute without anyone giving it a second thought. I have zero experience in reverse engineering, yet I was able to decompile and modify its source code with minimal toolkit at my disposal. Also, the modified launcher I've presented to you today is just a proof of concept. In reality, it may have been much more advanced, and the mod itself, instead of adding a wandering Herobrine dummy, it could be a full-fledged player simulation with advanced AI. It could even allow for remote access, basically transforming your single-player world into a multiplayer one. The sky is the limit in this case. I'm well aware it was around 16 years ago, but I see no technical limitations for implementing Herobrine into the game. You may say that back in alpha or beta the mob AI was just not up to the standard, but take into account that to this day Minecraft uses a modified version of A-star algorithm, which was first published in 1968. There was nothing stopping a skilled programmer from adding it into the game, possibly making it even smarter. Now, let's get back to real talk. How can we prove anything like that ever happening? If the system was at least as clever as mine one, and I assume it would have been more advanced, searching for traces left in Minecraft files on our computers is most likely futile. As I've shown you, the files are not modified, they are stored in a remote location and would probably be purged after finishing the game, just to be safe. So no, I don't expect anyone finding herobrine.png in their minecraft.jar. What about the saves, the worlds that were played on during that time? I think it's dead end too. The Herobrine entity might have not ever been saved to the save file. Info about that could be stored elsewhere or not stored at all. That leaves us with only one way: checking as many Minecraft launcher as it is possible. Of course, the server hosting the additional content are probably long gone, but it should be possible to catch suspicious requests to a different servers by monitoring the network traffic with tools like Wireshark. Here you can see my launcher sending the request to my local server for the payload.jar file. I believe something similar would take place in other launchers that have been tampered with. Believe me, I would love to say that the suspicious Minecraft launcher has been found, but that is not the case. I'm currently in the middle of scraping the web archive, looking for download links from years 2009 to 2013. It's a slow but steady process, so I may suggest subscribing to my channel to be up to date with my investigation. Of course, what I'm doing here is just a drop in the ocean, but maybe one day such file or files will be found. Only time will tell. In the meantime, I'd like to thank you all for watching. I hope the hypothesis I've presented today won't make me seen as a madman with a tin hat. If this type of content will prove itself even slightly popular, I'm planning on exploring another interesting phenomenon: the chunk glitches from early Minecraft. Maybe I'll be able to recreate the bug that caused the famous very strange house in Minecraft that I did not build, as well as the haunted tower appearing in Polish YouTuber's series Minecraft Adventures by JJ Joker. Also, I would love to hear your input. What do you think about that? Is it plausible, or am I just trying to revive the Herobrine myth one last time? You'll be the judge.
Very interesting. That was a really good video. I haven't seen a video like.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you.
All right, so you say that President Trump is unfit to take the presidency. Why is that?
I would say that one of the most important values that we have as Americans is our form of government and things like respecting the peaceful transfer of power. I think that being able to conceive when you lost an election is really important. So I would argue that the events that took place leading up to and on January 6th are in and of themselves, among a whole bunch of other actions, immediately disqualifying for the opposite presidency.
Okay, so Steve, let's talk about January 6th. What happened that day in your mind, and why does that disqualify President Trump?
I think that Donald Trump was unwilling to accept the results of the elections. I think that he fabricated slates of electors in order to have his vice president pick him to be the winner in the Capitol building on January 6th, even though he didn't have the votes or the evidence to support it. I think that is a wholly undemocratic thing. I think that it is destructive and undermines our democratic process of governance.
Do you attribute the violence on January 6th to Trump?
Largely, yes.
Okay, why?
I think that Donald Trump had been stoking the flames a year before the election, saying that the election was going to be rigged. I think that Donald Trump stoked all of these claims basically with no evidence, and then I think that he continued to stoke the flames while fabricating them, that the election had been stolen, that there was voter fraud, and then he invited people on the day of the certification, telling them that their election had been stolen, their country was being taken from them, they needed to fight like hell, that they were going to lose everything. He knew what he was inviting them there for, he knew what he was asking them to do, he knew, yeah.
He also told them to go down to the Capitol peacefully and patriotically, right? What
He
time did
did.
protesters
That was-
first go into the Capitol? What time did they first enter the Capitol?
I think it was around 10 a.m. I
So
think
it's
is when the
2:11
Capitol grounds were breached.
No, 2:11 p.m.
No,
No,
to be
2:11.
clear, that's not true.
2:11 p.m. is when protesters first entered the United States Capitol.
There's the grounds that were secured outside though.
Okay.
Those grounds were breached while Trump was still giving his speech at the Ellipse.
Okay, let's talk about the entrance of the Capitol because that would be more severe in your mind than simply walking onto the property, right? Can you concede that point?
Probably not. I think they were all really bad, but yeah.
Okay, well, entering the Capitol, let's just mark that point. 2:11. What should Trump have done at that point?
As soon as the Capitol grounds themselves were breached, he probably should have put out a statement on social media telling people that they needed to go home instead of telling them that Pence had failed them and basically encouraging the violence to continue.
So what if I told you at 2:38 p.m. President Trump tweeted, "Stay peaceful." He tweeted that to his supporters, "Stay peaceful."
Tweeted that-
27 minutes later.
He tweeted that after Ashley Babbitt, I believe, had already been shot and killed.
Okay,
So
so
what does it mean when you tell your people to stay peaceful? They're not being peaceful. That doesn't make any
2:38
sense,
p.m.
right?
2:38 p.m. 27 minutes after the Capitol had been protesters had entered, he said, "Stay peaceful." Okay. At 3:13, he said, "Law and order." At 4:17, he posted a video saying, "Go home now." So what on earth was he supposed to have done? Not happy about some of the violence that we saw on January 6th. Let's put it in context.
Well,
Steve.
wait. You just said it. You just said what he should have done. The tweet that he did at 4:17.
No,
should
that was
have
the
done
video. That was the third call.
It was no.
for
It was
folks
the first time that he told them to go home.
Stay peaceful 27 minutes after the Capitol protested entered the Capitol.
After Ashley Babbitt had already been shot and killed, they weren't being peaceful. Why are we saying stay peaceful?
How many
At this point,
protesters
Pence
were
had
there?
already been.
How many
Doesn't
protesters were
matter.
there on
It's a red
January
herring.
6th? How many?
Hold on. You acknowledge that people broke into the Capitol,
What do you mean by break into the Capitol?
as in smashed. They entered it illegally. They broke down
100,000
barricades.
people
What-
were there that day. How many were charged with crimes? 100,000 people there. How many charged with crimes?
Do you acknowledge that people
How
broke
many
into
were
the
charged with
Capitol?
crimes then?
How many people on the BLM riots were charged with crimes? This is a red herring.
No, it's
How many
not.
people who?
You said they're violent.
Did
How many
they-
were there that day? 100,000. How many were charged with crimes? It's the largest FBI investigation history. 1,553
It's not relevant at all.
have been
It's
charged
not
with crimes.
relevant.
How
It's
can you
not
say they were all
relevant.
violent?
It's not relevant.
How can you say they were all violent?
The first people
Okay.
that got into the Capitol, did they
Is
break
January
in?
6th your only
Did they
reason
break
why
in?
he's unfit?
Wait. Did the first people into the Capitol break in?
Is January 6th the only reason he's unfit?
Ooh.
SCP-8007, the Pyroclasm Protocol. Dragons are one of the most pervasive elements of mythology across the globe, appearing in some form or another in practically every culture throughout history. Some have said that human fascination with the dragon stems from our innate fear of snakes and other dangerous reptiles, but the concept of a dragon in Western culture has become intimately tied to that of the fantasy genre. The common image of a European-style dragon is that of regal majesty rather than a slithering serpent, and dragons are often highlighted for their intelligence and greed. While they are often put into a villainous role due to them being a highly typical great beast meant to be slain, the fantasy genre has had plenty of examples of more heroic dragons. That brings us to SCP-8007, and if it's not obvious already, it's about dragons. It's very much in the fantasy genre, while still involving the typical trappings of the Foundation. Let's take a look. SCP-8007 is a draconic entity of indeterminate size within the caldera of Mount St. Helens. Through in-person examination and the use of specialized ground-penetrating radar, it has been found that the entity in part resembles depictions of European dragons, having 6 limbs, 2 of which being wings. While its length is presently unknown, its wingspan has been estimated to be roughly 3 kilometers at full extension. After its initial discovery in 1980, a Foundation-led expedition to study and uncover the remains further was conducted, with Dr. Helen Gibbs, geophysicist, as project lead, and Dr. Mary
I feel like
Naris,
TS is based,
volcanologist
but
and
he only espouses
climatologist,
liberal
as the lead
ideology
field
to maximize
researcher.
his views 'cause he's
The team
kind
of
a dying
53 has
channel
been
at this point.
excavating and studying the entity for 2 months,
He does
and were
sound
provided
like
a
the
summary of their
Grey
preliminary findings. They collected various minerals and rocks off of its body, with currently identified mineral samples including quartz, feldspar, pyroxene, hornblende, augite, and biotite mica. The mass of the entity is presently impossible to determine, and the mass of collected mineral samples has ranged greatly. A thaumaturgical ritual conducted by Dr. Neris to age date the samples determined that they are consistent with native samples of Mount St. Helens that were unearthed by the recent eruption. These materials have crystallized on the outer portions of the entity, layered over top of each other in a manner similar to scales. The layer of crystallized materials is estimated to be several meters thick. Pegmatite quartz crystals cover the head of the anomaly and form a jagged crest. These crystalline structures cover portions of the jaw, snout, and back of the neck. All of these deposits dwarf the largest quartz crystal cluster that has previously been discovered on Earth. Along the back of the entity are 2 rows of 4 ridges. These massive dorsal ridges have been found to be completely hollow, and cracking in the rocks around their bases indicates that they were capable of some sort of movement. The ridges are similar in structure to stratovolcanoes, having their own miniaturized craters and lava chambers. The surface of the entity has been measured to be cooler than the surrounding geological structures of Mount St. Helens. The amount of deposited materials indicates that the entity was mostly sedentary, even when alive. Experimentation via Dr. Neris's thaumaturgical abilities and the size of the deposits upon the anomaly have led to the determination that it facilitates anomalously fast crystallization and mineral growth upon its body. Cracks and specific layering of rock indicate that it was capable of movement, but it's unclear what its range of motion was when alive. While attempting to harvest one of the pegmatite quartz, it was found that striking them resulted in resonation with the other crystals across the entity. This resonation caused a dramatic vibration across the entirety of the anomaly, enough to have knocked several personnel off their feet. It is theorized that with enough energy, kinetic or otherwise, even larger vibrations could be created. There are very few signs of what could have rendered the entity dead, but notes of its physical biology have been made. As of now, its chest has been fully excavated, and it's been found that the underside of the anomaly's chest is completely exposed and open, displaying the rib cage and entirely hollow interior. Its bones appear to be made of a currently undiscovered and naturally formed tungsten alloy. How this occurred is unknown, and has thus been deemed in part of the entity's anomalous nature. Within its chest, the partially hardened remains of a structure similar to a reptilian or avian heart have been uncovered. Solidified remains of artery-like structures indicate that the heart appeared to have been suspended within its chest. Parts of the heart were still incredibly high temperature and were partially molten. It's been determined that the heart's structure contains an incredibly high concentration of pure iron, mixed with an alloy similar to its bone. In spite of the fact that its mouth contains teeth, it has no apparent digestive system. While its external surface was notably cooler than the surroundings, some areas of its internals were hot enough to be considered hazardous to human health. The partially molten heart has placed its death as being within a similar time frame as Mount St. Helens eruption, which has led to the present theory that it was killed in the Plinian eruption. Research is ongoing. In a message from Dr. Neris to Dr. Gibbs, Neris says that she found something they're going to want to add to the report. While poking around in the internal cavity of the entity, she wanted to double-check her age dating, since the bones were geological too. She figured it'd be good to check her numbers, since maybe the minerals deposited on it were at a different time than the bones themselves. Or it just wore rocks, hermit crab style. She set up the ritual again and focused on the skeleton. This dragon is 3.8 billion years old. Gibbs just replies that she swears this thing gets weirder the more they look at it. That would put its existence being approximate to the Hadean period. She asks if they're sure it died recently. As for all they know, they're getting excited over something that died 3.7 billion years ago, and the eruption unearthed it. Sure, the heart was still partially molten, but so is the inside of the volcano they've been working on for the past several months. Neris replies that she's decently sure. Earlier today, they went further into the internal cavity. They've started to find these holes. ranging from 5 to 10 meters in diameter. They've been drilled through parts of the carcass. She says drilled because they're perfectly circular and smooth. She doesn't think they're natural, and they found one on the back of the heart, too, cutting right through a part of it. Their original theory was that St. Helens eruption might have killed it, but she thinks they can reckon a guess that they found traces of something much different having ended the beast. Gibbs asked if there are any traces of a culprit, such as tracks, marks, or anything that could indicate the presence of something alive. Or did someone get to this corpse before they did? Neris says that the best guess that can be made is another anomalous organism of some kind. She's not a biologist, but she'll look around the caldera a bit for any odd traces they might have missed on account of being a wee bit distracted by the entity. An extensive search of the St. Helens crater was conducted by the excavation team, discovering a number of things. There were abnormally high readings of thaumaturgical energy saturating the entirety of the caldera, with the highest concentration being around the entity itself. Despite these readings, no traces of any conducted thaumaturgical rituals were found, aside from the ones conducted by personnel. While magnetite is a known mineral within St. Helens, abnormally large fragments were discovered throughout the caldera. The largest of these fragments was 5 meters across, and while heavily damaged, appeared to be in a disc-like shape. It should be noted that magnetite does not naturally crystallize in this manner. The magnetite samples found within the caldera had thaumaturgical energy levels higher than their surroundings, and displayed an anomalous attraction to iron. They found tunnels measuring roughly 10 meters, consistent with those found bored into the entity, throughout the internal structure of the stratovolcano. Lastly, the St. Helens lava chamber is completely devoid of magma, with such a phenomenon only having been seen in a singular other case, and the suddenness of this occurrence has been noted as out of the ordinary. Shortly after this discovery, St. Helens was deemed geologically extinct, and it's presently theorized that the entity's death may be related to this occurrence. Gibbs sends a message to Neris telling her that she needs to pack up the site, as she and the team are being transferred to Tolbachik in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Neris argues that they're still in the process of excavating 8007, and Tolbachik hasn't even had a single trace of activity since it blew 5 years ago. Gibbs just replies that that's exactly why she had it looked at, because St. Helens has gone dead too. They found another. On August 11, 1980, a second deceased instance of SCP-8007 was discovered within the volcanic crater of the shield volcano Plovsky-Tolbachik in Russia. This instance was discovered when a reconnaissance team was sent by the geology department to do an aerial overview of the crater, which led to the spotting of its head and a portion of a front foot. Not sure how no one noticed that before. An excavation crew and other staff of the geology department were sent out to begin excavating the new instance. Biological and geological evaluation determined it to be physically similar to the instance within the Mount St. Helens caldera, albeit with a different composition of its outer coating. It's covered in crystallizations of primarily mafic minerals and rocks, such as basalt and various fumarole minerals. These findings are consistent with minerals exposed during the volcano's final eruption. Similarly to the first instance, it was found that the entity and the surrounding area contained a series of tunnels bored into the strata. This has been determined to be the instance's cause of death. Thaumaturgical energy readings of the area are similarly consistent with the previous discovery. A few weeks later, a third deceased entity was discovered following scans of other nearby volcanoes who examined their magma chambers. Their magma chambers were also found to be empty, but a third entity was found completely buried roughly 6 kilometers beneath Ostry Tolbachik. The cause of this one's death is consistent with that of the previous 2 instances, as scans indicate the presence of tunnels that were also found in the other sites. Dr. Gibbs has put forward a project proposal for a full search of all volcanic systems along the Ring of Fire, to locate any additional instances, dubbed Project Pyroclasm. We're given an abridged list of instances discovered by Project Pyroclasm. The sixth was found alive and uninjured in Mexico after a series of small tremors shook a volcano there. Fearing a sudden eruption, the investigating team fled the site and an alert was issued to the surrounding area. No eruption occurred, but the tremors went on for roughly 3 hours. The fracture point of these quakes was found to be the entity itself, a point along the back of its head. Due to previous observations of anomalous levels of resonance in deposited crystalline structures along the instances' backs, it has been concluded that instances of 8007 are capable of instigating earthquakes through these crystalline matrices. Instance 19 was found alive in Guatemala with a mild injury. It was discovered that the dorsal structures upon the entity's backs seem to have the purpose of storing magma, functioning akin to miniature stratovolcanoes. They appear to gradually fill with magma over time, and it's theorized that an eruption event is triggered once they reach maximum capacity. It's unknown to what degree of control, if any, they have over the causation of their eruptions. These chambers seem to fill at inconsistent rates, considering a lack of discernible pattern in previous eruptions along the Ring of Fire. It has also been noticed that instances of 8007 have a series of orifices along their necks, sides, and tails. On living instances, these function as vents that expel volcanic gases and water vapor. Instance 42 was found alive and uninjured underneath Mount Fuji in Japan. Investigation of the living instances has led to discovering the purpose of their molten iron hearts and arteries. It appears they use their hearts to pump magma up from the earth and through their bodies, consuming the thermal energy. This process not only accelerates the deposition of minerals upon the instances, but likely provides them with sustenance. The hearts also likely facilitate the forcing of magma up into their dorsal protrusions, catalyzing the resulting volcanic eruption once full. Instance 78 was found deceased in Indonesia, the fourth deceased instance discovered. Similar to the previous three, scans have detected the presence of tunnels bored through the entity. These holes have been present on living instances as well, and the scanned amounts in comparison to those deceased are being utilized to determine the severity of injury. Causation is still unknown. It's noted that all of the deceased instances have partially ascended upwards in comparison to the living ones, indicating that instances have a final surge of action prior to death, despite their seemingly sedentary nature. It's theorized that the eruptions where the deceased instances were found were all the result of them releasing the remainder of their harvested thermal energy. Instance 221 was found alive in New Zealand, although scans of the surrounding volcanic environment indicated odd and unnatural structures in proximity to it. While these structures are currently unreachable, they seem to have been created or carved by the instance. Scans indicate that they resemble pillars, with carvings too small to be accurately picked up by ground-penetrating radar. In light of this discovery, the intelligence level of 8007 is being reconsidered. Instance 443 was found alive, albeit severely injured, underneath Krakatoa in Indonesia. Due to the existence of only one instance within the Krakatoa archipelago, in spite of the previous presence of 4 volcanoes, the discovery of the 443rd instance confirms that singular instances can be responsible for the activity of more than one volcano. Consistent with all previous findings, the volcanic area reflects the size of the instance, and instance 443 is measured to be roughly 15 kilometers in length. It's noted that in comparison to other discovered instances, this is considered small. Throughout Project Pyroclasm, several volcanic structures outside of the geological area of the Ring of Fire were searched to determine if the 8007 phenomenon is unique to the specific geological location or widespread across Earth. Number 447 was the final instance discovered, and is the only 8007 instance not directly on the Ring of Fire, instead lying adjacent to the center of the ring within Mauna Loa in Hawaii. Due to Mauna Loa being the largest active volcano on Earth, and the fact that this instance's location is an outlier, it was deemed a location of interest. Additionally, scans have indicated that this instance is the first truly accessible one, through a series of tunnels within the volcano leading directly to the magma chamber. After this discovery, a small team was dispatched to descend into Mauna Loa's magma chamber, led by Dr. Gibbs, along with Dr. Naris, Dr. Lindsay, geophysicist, and Dr. Weller, field geologist and former MTF captain. Dr. Weller asks if they're going to be okay in there, to which Dr. Lindsay says of course, as they have protective suits and some small stone charms from Site 120 that will make them practically fireproof as long as they're on their person. Dr. Gibbs, functioning remotely as command, tells them to prepare to descend, and Dr. Lindsay leads the way. The three-person team enters the magma tube and begins walking. Lindsay asks Naris if they think this instance accounts for the eruption of Kilauea as well, to which she says most likely. Dr. Weller asks what do they do if this turns nasty, since the things they have are likely to be a gnat to something like this thing. Naris just says that they run like hell, as there's nothing else they really can do. Lindsay remarks that as long as they don't annoy the several kilometer-long dragon, they'll be fine. Besides, they don't even seem to move much. Weller replies that they don't know that for sure, but Naris says that over the past 5 years, they've observed them spending the majority of the time just dormant and pumping lava through themselves. They probably only awaken for eruptions or if hurt, and she hopes that it's awake so they can see something that huge in motion. Weller isn't too convinced, but he comments on how wonderful the rock here is, as his department has been having a field day with the excavation of the deceased instances. Naris says that she's not entirely in favor of mining the corpses, as some folks have suggested, but these dragons and how fast they gain deposits could revolutionize their methods of study. Dr. Weller says that their main concern should lie in what's killing them at the moment, and asks if they think this one will be injured as well. Dr. Lindsay says that the scan suggested some light injury, and she pulls out a metallic object about the size of a baseball. It's an orb of neodymium, as they think that whatever's been hurting the dragons keeps leaving bits of magnetite. If there's any traces, they'll find them. The team descends deeper into Mauna Loa, and the temperature of the surrounding air begins to sharply increase. After approximately 50 minutes of downward travel, Dr. Naris expresses pain, stating that the thaumaturgical energy levels must have skyrocketed. The place is positively drenched in them, giving her a headache and a half. Dr. Weller takes that to mean that they're getting close, and the team keeps moving. It takes them over an hour to reach their destination, and the temperature in the air reaches roughly 1,000 degrees Celsius, but their protective gear remains intact. They enter into a massive chamber, about 250 meters above a pit of magma. It extends for several hundred meters before a wall of mafic rock intersects it. Dr. Lindsay looks around and gasps, noting the presence of pillars carved into the wall, many meters thick and rising upwards. They are of the same basalt as the cavern, with twisting and winding patterning across them. The cavern is too dark to see that far up the wall. Dr. Naris, meanwhile, turns her attention to what lies beyond, noting that this should be an open chamber. Dr. Lindsay says that she thinks it is, and all members of the team cover their eyes as a bright orange light suddenly appears, far brighter than the magma. Its source is a singular eye, with estimates putting it at 53 meters in diameter. 8007-447 shifts its head to face the group, and now the full extent of the cavern can be seen. Dr. Weller swears and remarks that he can't even see the other side, as it's all just gas and fog. An upper portion of the dragon's wing can be seen far off in the distance, pressed up against the roof of the cavern. Its back and dorsal protrusions are mountain-like, bisecting the cavern and cutting through the ceiling. Its head is covered in dark black stones, and pieces of volcanic glass crown its head in a series of twisting, curved horns. Its snout ends in a sharp, jagged point of obsidian. Dr. Lindsay is amazed at the obsidian, but Dr. Neris isn't well, stating again how steeped this place is in thaumaturgical energy. She's never felt a concentration like this before, but maybe it's just inexperience with places like this. The temperature around the team briefly surges when the dragon exhales in a loud huff, and Dr. Neris crumples as she hears a voice stating, "A raging fire, brilliant and bright, a shove, curiosity, burning." Dr. Lindsay and Weller rush to her, and she groans and sits up with their aid. Blood can be seen trailing down from her nose. The dragon has noticeably pulled back. Neris swears and wheezes for approximately 30 seconds. She remarks that she thinks it tried to communicate with her, with images and feelings, not words. It was strong, though, and loud, and she hears it again, saying, "A female songbird raises her head and sings. It is low, somber." Neris stares back up at the dragon, furrowing her brow, as Lindsay helps her back to her feet. The team is glad to hear that the entities are sentient, and Neris asks Gibbs for permission to continue communication, which is granted. Neris believes that its communication is limited to thaumaturgy, which makes sense due to scans indicating that they're the source of the high amounts of thaumaturgical energy. Neris asks it what it is, and it lets out a low, vibrating rumble as she hears it say, "Magma, a cavern far below, fire, bubbling heat." She mutters that it's going to be difficult to parse this. She surmises that they are those below the flames. Lindsay asks it if it has a name, and it responds with, "A mountain being hounded by waves, but it doesn't shake nor crumble. A mother dragon protects her hatchling, surrounded by a blazing forest that burns despite the rain." Neris ponders on this for a moment, before surmising that she thinks she's called Standing Ceaseless, Protection of Everlasting Fire, which sounds like something out of Spirit Island, if I can make my nerd reference of the day. The rest of the team introduces themselves as the dragon bobs her head, seemingly in return for their greetings. Lindsay then notices something on the wall behind them and tells the others to take a look. They see now that the wall behind them is covered in massive, intricate carvings. Directly above the tunnel's entrance is the carving of 3 massive dragons, resembling SCP-8007 instances. They sit upon sharp rocks and flowing lines that appear to indicate lava and fire. The middle one has horns similar to everlasting fire, and above them are carvings of smaller instances, flying through smoky air. Neris asks Everlasting Fire if it carved them, to which it says, "Claws scraping stone. A black dragon with twisted horns, far smaller, sits in a massive cavern. Her molten claw burns shapes into the walls. Spiraling black horns crown her head." Neris compliments it on its handiwork, as Gibbs asks if she can determine its meaning. Lindsay points out that there's more on another wall, showing a massive creature, almost scribbly carved, with many limbs and teeth, burning a massive fire. The entity is shown destroying mountains and attacking the dragons, as the dragons breathe fire at this mass of teeth and claws, while others drop mountains on it. The massive entity is buried beneath the earth, with smoke and fire rising. Several dragons stand in a circle, with the one resembling everlasting fire seeming to lead them. The next carving shows several dragons going underground, and the entity is seen with its claws reaching upward, still buried. the fire that surrounds it is carved connecting to the dragons. The fire around the entity weakens, and its eyes close. Everlasting Fire growls as the team discusses the carvings, making all of them jump. It says, clawing, screeching, earthquakes, volcanoes erupt, dragons crushed under rock and lava, a creature of indistinct form cloaked in fire, destroying all in its path. Neris grimaces deeply and shivers despite the heat. She notes that the dragons look tiny in the carvings compared to the entity, while Lindsay remarks that the environment depicted in the carvings makes the earth look molten. Weller says that if they're talking about the Hadean period, they don't even have geological records of that time frame. Since that lines up with the dating of the bones, that makes them billions of years old. Neris asks Gibbs to run a scan on the tectonic plates, thermal readings for the Pacific tectonic plate and the Ring of Fire, aiming deep. Gibbs replies that that's a massive region to analyze, so Neris tells her to pull from the seismic stations along the coast to triangulate the data. The team discusses the fact that this is almost certainly related to the fact that they've been finding injured and dead dragons, and the one leading them all looks to be Everlasting Fire. The dragon speaks again, stating, raging fire, rock and molten earth oozing over dark stone, the ground trembling, claws tearing through the dirt, far, far below, wings, a shield, protect, 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 a mountain being pounded by waves of molten lava. Neris says that the dragons did all this to protect, but Lindsay asks why, as it seems like whatever they buried has stayed that way for a long time. The dragon growls and says, inferno, pressure forcing up, choking, cracking, beating hearts of fire, magma drawn up from deep below, drain, drain, weaken, fire fades, pressure releases. Neris wheezes and leans against the wall, squeezing her eyes shut. She thinks that the dragons are the reason that thing is still down there, like they're draining it. All the seismic and volcanic activity comes from the dragons eating that thing's energy, and now they're dying. The team sits in silence for a few minutes, until Gibbs tells them that they found the biggest concentration of thermal energy and pressure she's seen in her life, right below the tectonic plate. There's something underneath. If their projections are correct, this thing is spread out underneath the entire Pacific Ocean, right in the mantle. She ran the same check on a dataset from about 2 decades ago, and while there's still clearly something there, the pressure buildup is nowhere near as bad. Neris turns to the dragon and asks if it's been hurt, if it knows what's even causing this. There's another series of tremors, and the dragon makes a low sound, a mix between a growl and a whine. Then it roars, a crackling sound like an avalanche. When it rears back, a hole dripping molten magma can be seen on a lower portion of its neck. It states, holes torn through scales. Magma runs like blood. Heartache. Vultures tear at a lizard's corpse. A hawk wasp's larva devours the paralyzed tarantula. Neris yells and clutches her head as the tremors begin to increase in intensity. They yell to each other, and Lindsay's eyes widen as she pulls the neodymium magnet out of her bag. Part of the rock wall a few meters from the group starts to crumble, and the dragon screeches like metal on metal. It states, a wolf howls warning, and Neris yells for the others to get down. A portion of wall crumbles before exploding outwards. The entity that bursts into the cavern appears to resemble a snake made of pure fire, but instead of having a head, it has a 3.5 meter wide disc of metal. Neris and Lindsay narrowly avoid being hit by the rubble when it emerges, screeching. Weller takes the rifle from his back as the serpent lunges in Lindsay's direction. Weller opens fire, but the bullets simply strike through the fire without harm, and it merely hisses. Its focus stays on Lindsay, and she scoots backwards as it snarls. Neris recognizes the metal disc from St. Helens. They found a fragment like that was a weird form of magnetite. She shouts at Lindsay that it's after the neodymium, as Weller shoots again, this time at the metal disc. The bullets clang off the metal, leaving dents, and the entity rears back with a screech. Lindsay hurls the neodymium away, and the serpent's head whips over towards it. It lunges, slamming into the ground and burrowing down, leaving half of the neodymium melted and shattered in the process. Neris yells to ask if it's leaving, but Lindsay doesn't think so, as there's too much magnetic stuff in this cave. She gestures wildly towards the dragon, exclaiming that their hearts are made of iron. The tremors return, and the dragon appears agitated. Gibbs asks if any of them are hurt. Lindsay says that they're fine for now, but if that thing punctures their suits, she doesn't know how much saving them the extra wards will be doing. The tremors grow more intense, and Weller asks how in the hell they take this thing out. Lindsay just yells that he's the one with MTF training. Weller asks Neris if her thaumaturgy can be weaponized, but she has no idea, suggesting that she might be able to throw a rock. Weller tells her to start throwing rocks then. The serpent bursts back out from the hole it made, its attention now directed towards the dragon. Weller begins opening fire on the disc, which appears to disorient the entity. Neris attempts to use her thaumaturgy to send some of the earlier debris at it, but she misses. The serpent screeches and attempts to fling itself at the dragon, which roars and slices at the rocky ceiling, sending a spray of dirt and rock down at it. The entity's flames waver, and the creature screams as though harmed before it swiftly slithers away. Lindsay just narrowly dodges being hit by a hunk of stone herself, and the dragon reels back with a low sound. Neris shouts that they have to suffocate the fire, and Weller replies that if they buy him some time, he can set up a charge to cause a bigger collapse. Lindsay runs over and grabs the half-melted neodymium, waving it towards the serpent and shouting. The creature snarls and turns towards her, as Weller sets up a detonation charge against the wall. Neris grabs a fallen chunk of rock and throws it at the entity as it approaches Lindsay. It phases through the creature's tail and makes the flames swirl. It hisses loudly and shakes out its head, pivoting to look between Lindsay and Neris. Weller finishes and shouts for them to get it over towards the wall. Lindsay draws its attention and yells for it to fetch, throwing the neodymium towards the wall. It hisses and lunges towards it as Weller detonates the charge, sending a series of cracks up the wall before a myriad of rubble comes down on top of the serpent. It screeches, a sound like crackling fire, as rocks and dust pour onto it. Its fires weaken as more falls and the wall partially collapses, and its metal disc clatters to the ground. There is a pause of silence as they catch their breath, and Weller states that he's honestly surprised that worked. That thing burrowed all the way here from somewhere, so he wouldn't have thought it would be so fragile. Neris believes that the disc functioned like a shield, allowing it to burrow. She and Lindsay approach it, with Lindsay noting that it's definitely magnetite, and she tells Weller to tap it with his rifle. The muzzle sticks to the disc, resisting being pulled away. This is what's been killing the dragons, and judging by how many injured and dead there are probably a whole lot of these serpents. Neris notes that this thing must have been some sort of elemental construct, with the disc being the anchor. The dragon makes a low rumbling sound and says, clawing, teeth, burning fire below, a mother spider crawling with her offspring, metal discs carved with 1,000 wicked claws, scorched earth, coyotes circle a crying baby. Neris interprets to the others that it seems that the entity that the dragons imprison below the earth is responsible. It's retaliating against its captors, quite effectively, as these things are too small for the dragons to properly deal with. Neris states that they have to help the dragons, and Gibbs asks what exactly she's suggesting. The dragon then roars, shaking the cavern, and says, "An ash-filled sky, a boiling ocean, a burning world, a molten beast of fire screaming to the heavens as its emergence levels all in its path, pyroclastic flows, cataclysm." Neris says that she's suggesting they devise a way to deal with this, with the constructs at least, or they're screwed. If more die, then the continent-sized monster they're keeping imprisoned gets out. With how big it is, and how much it's built up, there's no way anything survives an event like that. Weller says that they're suggesting some serious action on the Foundation's part, and asks what would they even do. The Ring of Fire is an absolutely massive area to monitor, and there are over 400 instances. Gibbs tells the team to head back, as she'll bring this issue to higher-ups. As the team returns to their feet, the dragon stares at them, now silent. Lindsay tells it that they're departing now, but they're going to help. They're not about to watch the world burn. The dragon makes a low noise, a vibration almost similar to a purr. It says, "A dragon curls around a fragile bird, the crackling of a small gentle fire, warmth." Neris just smiles and says that she likes that. The team was able to return without issue, and Dr. Gibbs called for a conference with the Department of Geology to discuss and plan further action. She eventually sent a message to the O5s about a proposal to reclassify SCP-8007, and were given a new document for 8007 behind Level 5 clearance. SCP-8007 now refers to the source of the Ring of Fire geological phenomena, via instances designated 8007-1 to 447. These instances are sapient draconic entities that have adapted to live within the chambers of the active volcanoes along the Ring of Fire, responsible for all geological activity along the subduction zones of the Pacific tectonic plate and surrounding tectonics. They feed off of a newly discovered anomalous generation of intense thermal energy that is being produced underneath the Pacific tectonic plate, believed to be created by a secondary entity. Analysis of the area has indicated that this entity possesses an indeterminate number of entangled limbs and heads, displaying a form of radial symmetry. The entity spans underneath the entirety of the Pacific tectonic plate, roughly 410 kilometers below the surface. The Dragons have been operating under a self-imposed duty of ensuring that the entity remains contained underneath the Pacific tectonic plate for an estimated 3.8 billion years. This is done via the draining, consumption, and excess venting of the entity's energy output in the form of geological activity. It's believed that if the Dragons were to fail in the draining/venting of this energy, the resulting buildup would result in the detonation of the Pacific tectonic plate and lead to a WK-class mass extinction event, alternatively classified as a WK-class Rain of Fire scenario. The entity also is responsible for thaumaturgical constructs resembling serpents made of fire. The only physical part of these constructs are a circular disc of magnetite, ranging from 5 to 10 meters in diameter, that make up their heads. They utilize these discs to seek out and attack the Dragons via magnetism, specifically the iron-rich hearts and arteries. The discovery that the Dragons were being killed due to retaliation by the entity via the constructs and the threat this posed has since resulted in the creation of the Foundation's Pyroclasm Protocol. The Pyroclasm Protocol is a two-part Foundation-mandated action taken in joint with those below the flames to ensure the prevention of a Rain of Fire scenario. Part 1 involves the construction and maintenance of 5 outposts, with joint command from the Geology Department and Site-120. They are built within the hollow remains of the deceased instances within Mount St. Helens, Ploski Tolbachik, Ostri Tolbachik, Mount Agung, and Galeras. The area designated Sector A of these sites holds a central reactor that consists of the reactivated heart of the deceased instance. The heart is encapsulated within a series of tungsten walls, the material harvested from the dragon's bones, suspended within the magma chamber that formed upon the heart's revival. Piping has been constructed around the original suspension arteries of the heart, and are used to pipe magma to the primary chamber. The circular platform, roughly 100 meters in diameter, located above the central reactor heart, is to be utilized for access to the heart through a central hole. It also provides access to artery piping and other sectors of the site. This central platform is secured to the instance's rib cage through welded suspension cables and several constructed support pillars. The primary chamber is located at Sector B, within the upper chest of the instance. The artery pipes run upwards and into the back protrusions in order to supply them with magma. To slow the process of filling the protrusions, the primary chamber contains 6 holding tanks connected to the artery pipes. Utilizing the instance's side vents, volcanic gas and water vapor from within the holding tanks is forced through a series of turbines constructed inside. The energy harvested from this process is to be used to power the site and its backup generator. Excess power is rerouted to other Foundation facilities. Sector C contains staff housing for roughly 300 individuals, as well as cafeterias and 3 small research sectors. Bi-monthly shipments of living supplies are to be distributed to the sites containing both necessities and occasional amenities upon request. Sector C also contains the evacuation site and eruption event shelters. Staffing of these sites is to chiefly be done by the Geology Department, including maintenance staff, technicians, and janitorial. Transferring of staff from other sites to fill gaps may occur. 4 thaumaturgical ritual circles are specifically constructed in the following locations: the Central Reactor Heart, Primary Chamber, Research Sector 1, and Sector D. These sites are to be used to maintain the heat protective wards utilized in the protection of staff and the site's structures from extreme heat and toxic gases. The Everlasting Ritual is utilized for the revitalizing of an instance's heart and requires the following. The solid heart is to be uncovered and remain suspended in the air by its arteries. In the area below the heart, a tunnel of any width is to be dug into the volcano's magma chamber. 4 sulfur idols, carved like a dragon's fang, are to be placed around the heart in the 4 cardinal directions. An ultramafic rock sample is to be crushed into powder, and this powder is to be poured in a way that connects all 4 idols. Carved inscriptions of the name of the corresponding deceased instance need to be present, and a lifeblood tear of everlasting flame is to be poured onto the heart. Once all this is undergone, a surge of fire-based thaumaturgical energy is required to jumpstart the ritual. Transferred mages from Site-120 are to maintain protective wards daily, and renew the everlasting ritual on a bi-weekly basis at the Central Reactor Heart via replacement of the sulfur idols and ultramafic ducts. In the event that a reactor fully shuts down and leaves its molten state, the original reactivation ritual is to be undergone as soon as possible. Levels of thermal energy and magma within the dorsal structures are to be monitored, and early warnings are to be distributed to the areas surrounding the sites at least 1 to 2 days prior to the execution of a Foundation-controlled volcanic eruption. Activation of an eruption event must be approved by Site Command. During an eruption event, the site is to undergo lockdown. All individuals on site are to shelter in Sector D for the duration of the eruption to ensure safety of staff. To summarize all that, the Foundation has built facilities inside of some dead dragons underneath volcanoes, encapsulating their dead hearts in walls made from their bones, and restarting them through a bi-weekly thaumaturgical ritual. It's probably not even the most ridiculous thing they did that week. Additionally, a series of small-scale unmanned outposts have been constructed along locations in the Ring of Fire, utilizing a highly compressed and concentrated iron core buried just below them. These cores function as lures for instances of the serpentine entities, and as a disposal for them. When one enters the chamber, their heat signatures will cause the thaumaturgical wards within to activate, at which point all oxygen within the space will be removed. The sudden removal of all fuel will immediately terminate the instance. These wards only require yearly renewal to ensure their function, and for the removal of the metal discs, which are to be melted down and utilized elsewhere. SCP-8007-1, Everlasting Fire, is to be deferred to yearly on the status of the entity under the earth and the condition of all other dragons to ensure protective measures have remained successful. This is to be done through Dr. Neris and 05-5. We're then given a recording of a return to Mount Mauna Loa in order to establish communication with Everlasting Fire about the Foundation's intentions and acquirement of thaumaturgical aid. To demonstrate goodwill and a desire to hold true to the promise of aid, Dr. Gibbs, Dr. Neris, 05-4, and 05-5 partake in the creation of a ritualistic pact with Everlasting Fire as part of the pyroclasm protocol. Gibbs and Neris stand at the entrance to the Mauna Loa tunnel in fire proximity suits. Gibbs remarks that she can't tell if she's more worried about the 100-kilometer-long dragon or the two 05s. Neris replies that she can at least vouch that the dragon is quite nice. The sounds of a helicopter grow audible, and when it touches down, two individuals exit. Gibbs greets them, and Neris asks if she bows, as she's not entirely on track with etiquette since she looks at rocks all day. Gibbs grimaces, but 054 gives an amused smile and says, "Dear no," as that's a tad archaic. 055 greets them, stating that their department has done impressive work with pyroclasm. 054 puts on a fire proximity suit and protective wards, while 055 remains deliberately dressed in what she arrived in. The group heads down the tunnel, and 054 reminds Neris that she is to repeat everything the anomaly tells her. 055 asks her how it communicates, and Neris guesses it to be some form of very rudimentary telepathy, since it only communicates with thaumaturgists. 055 asks the dragon's name, and Neris says that it's damn hard to determine exacts when you're getting images and emotions shoved into your brain. 054 calls it fascinating, remarking on it being such a long name, and refers to the dragon as a she, an extremely rare example of an 05 referring to an anomaly as something other than an it. 054 asks if it's been considered that the other dragons are possibly named in a similar fashion, and says that they could ask Everlasting Fire the names of the fallen when the opportunity arises, out of respect. The team travels for 2 hours underneath the volcano, with 054 occasionally asking further questions pertaining to SCP-8007. 055 remains silent, but on a few occasions raises a hand to brush the wall of the corridors. They emerge into the large chamber, appearing in the same state as it was previously. When the group makes themselves known, Everlasting Fire raises her head up out of the magma, causing fiery light to glitter along the obsidian that forms her horns and the surrounding deposits. 054 turns in a tight circle, going from the dragon to the carvings, then back to the dragon, and chuckles. He remarks that the report doesn't do it justice. Neris approaches the edge of the outcropping, and 055 walks next to her. The two stare up at the dragon, looming above them. A rumble shakes the cave. Neris jumps, and 055 reaches a hand to her temple. It greeted them, and Neris chuckles, saying that it's good to see she's gotten a better hand on volume. The four bow, and 054 states that it is of great honor to stand here before her. Neris says that the dragon wants to know why he's here. The two 05s introduce themselves as two of the 12 leaders of the Foundation. They were brought here to discuss aiding her and her kind. Everlasting Fire shakes out her head, and a high noise like a trill echoes from its maw. Neris translates it as hope and excitement. 054 states that they've devised a plan to help, but they've come to receive her blessing on it, to form a pact with her. They know of a way to keep away the constructs that have been harming her and the rest of her kind. Presently, an order of construction is being undergone. If it works, they will no longer harm them. However, there is a main reason they have come to speak with her. They seek her permission to revitalize the hearts of the 5 dragons who have fallen, so that the Foundation can carry out their duties for them, post-mortem. A low growl echoes from the dragon's mouth, and the circle of horns around her head flare outwards. Neris quickly says that their bodies won't be destroyed. They will respect them, and their hearts will remain where they are. This seems to placate the dragon, as the fires flicker out. 055 asks if she can tell them the names of her fallen comrades. The dragon blinks long and slow, and her jaws part in a high trill, stating their names to be Endless Eons, Billowing Smoke, in St. Helens, Wings of Fire, Flying Far Away, in Ploski Tolbachik, Erupt to the Horizon, Cavern of Teeth, in Ostri Tolbachik, Ashen Sky, Fall of Glowing Embers, in Agung, and Distant Roar, Bones of Stone, in Glarus. 055 nods and says that they'll honor their names. The dragon brings her head back close to the outcropping and lets out a chittering sound. Neris translates it as curiosity, asking if they want anything in return for their aid. 055 says that they have one request. The ritual is missing a vital component. To revive the hearts, they need something of a living ilk. There is a long pause before it speaks again, which Neris interprets to mean blood. 055 nods again and says lifeblood, if she's willing. 054 asks if they have the means to carry something like that, prompting Gibbs to ask Neris if she has the energy for some light geomancy. Neris steps away and crouches down to the ground. The rock between her hands begins to bend and morph into something resembling a large jug or jar. 054 takes the jar and moves to the edge of the outcropping, hoisting the jar upwards. Everlasting Fire brings her eye close to the group, and from its corner, a glowing orange light begins to condense. Like a tear, this droplet of fire falls from the eye, and 054 catches it within the jug.
More obsidian.
The substance within is a brilliant orange, with swirling motes of white and yellow and red within. Some flake off like embers, dancing in the air, and the globe pulses like a heartbeat. 055 thanks her, truly, and Gibbs asks if that means they're ready for the pact. Utilizing a set of thin blades, 055 and Neris begin carving a series of interconnected circles and sharp lines into the rocky ground. The large ritual site's construction takes roughly 30 minutes, during which Gibbs engages 054 in a discussion on the local geology, with Neris occasionally chiming in. Everlasting Fire watches, her heartbeat causing a subtle tremor in the room each time it beats. The finished ritual circle's design holds 4 triangular shapes jutting from cardinal directions, appearing like jagged rocks pointing inwards, with 5 overlapping circles along the center. Runic inscriptions line the sides of those circles. Neris turns to face Everlasting Fire and says that it is ready. She lets out a deep, reverberating rumble. Neris interprets it as a loved one's warmth, the entity underneath the earth, a dragon with wings spread and a smaller one behind it. 055 chuckles faintly and believes it to mean secure, contain, and protect. The dragon rumbles again, and the very tip of the obsidian horn at the end of her snout pierces the rock at the center of the ritual circle. 055 gestures for the others to come closer, and all 4 kneel down, placing a hand on each of the carved triangles. 055's eyes light with a fiery glow, and orange light from her fingers begins to leak and flow into the sigils, curling up the arms of the others in swirls and dancing patterns across the dragon's snout. The dragon rumbles, a sound that vibrates the very stone that surrounds them all, and the massive carvings and pillars begin to light up and pulse with a similar glow. The dragons carved on the walls almost seem to move with the way that the shadows and firelight dances. At a small signal given by 055, all 4 individuals stand, and each extend their right hand outwards. There is a moment of silence as they close their eyes. The dragon breaks the silence as they low purr, and she gently moves her head so that the hands make contact with her snout. The sigils below them burn brighter, pulsing once and then twice. At the ritual's completion, the dragon raises her head back and away. The glowing marks on 055's arm remains, along with the marks on the other 3 and the dragon. 055 states that the pact has been sealed. The Foundation shall maintain their part in aiding in the dragon's ancient duty for as long as they stand. She shall not stand ceaseless alone. The dragon rumbles, low and deep and long, and her massive back spines grind against each other. Neris laughs and says that this is what pride and joy feels like. 055 smiles and adds in hope. The dragon's jaw parts, and she lets out a roar. It sounds like an explosion, and it shakes the cavern. In the distance, the foggy form of one of her front limbs emerges from the magma and grips the wall. The dragon suddenly surges upward, ascending at a startling speed. The whole cavern begins to shake, along with Mauna Loa. 055's eyes widen, and she yells for the others to get close. She quickly performs a teleportation spell, removing all 4 of them from the cavern. The surface location they reappear at is roughly a kilometer away from their initial entry point. Everlasting fire bursts from the crater of Mauna Loa and raises her head to the sky. She is silhouetted by billowing smoke and crackling volcanic lightning, the fire from her jaws and chest creating a glowing halo around her form. Later reports of her roar, the sound of the eruption, would be heard almost halfway around the globe, and the ring of fire roars back. So, to recap, billions of years ago, there were a bunch of dragons flying around and living their lives. Then some horrible fire monster showed up and ruined their day, so they fought back and imprisoned it deep underneath the surface. Since it wasn't dead, it continued to generate massive amounts of thermal energy, which would build up enough pressure eventually to basically destroy the world, or at least all life on it. The dragons gathered around in a massive circle above where this entity resided, and built up large accumulations of minerals around them, forming volcanoes. They all sat there for billions of years, sucking up this thermal energy and occasionally releasing it in the form of eruptions in order to prevent the massive explosion. Unfortunately, the entity has finally grown wise to this and started sending out elemental constructs armed with big metal detectors to head up, find the iron hearts of the dragons, and bore holes through them until they die. With multiple dragons now dead or injured, the entity was on a path towards release. Fortunately, this happened to occur during a brief time when humans were on the planet and were able to do something like make advanced facilities inside of dragon corpses and perform complex thaumaturgical rituals to reanimate the dragon hearts. This allows the Foundation to replicate the process the dragons used, re-establishing the Ring of Fire protection zone and preventing a Rain of Fire scenario. No bald Matthew McConaughey's with an axe for us. It's definitely a very fantastical, feel-good story, and doesn't really ever try to hide that fact. There's no grim, dour 05s that tell others the unfortunate truth. There's no cold, calculating Foundation. There's no sad ending for the dragons. At the same time, I can't really say the actions here are entirely out of character for the Foundation, aside from perhaps some somewhat uncommon behavior for a couple of 05s. The Foundation is not above using anomalies to help contain other anomalies, hence the whole Thaumiel object class. And aside from the ending where everlasting fire briefly popped out, the dragons are pretty content to just sit there and avoid the public eye. It's just kind of a rare SCP article where things just sort of work out for everyone involved. Except for the ancient entity imprisoned beneath the earth, I suppose. Sure, it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but dragons are cool, volcanoes are cool, and volcanic dragons are really cool.
It's good SCP. It's pretty decent. Not really that special, but it's definitely an SCP. I fucking know there's lava pools.
But not human. It had 4 legs, splayed out like an insect's, and it had arms that bent too many times. Its face was perfectly formed, and all the more disturbing for its apparent normality. It carried a silver tray. It approached the table and lifted the lid of the tray, revealing a ceramic pot with flowers painted on the side, 2 cups, and a bowl. The Everman took the pot and the cups, and then the bowl, placing them on the table. He poured the steaming tea into both cups. He looked up at the beller and began to ask, "Would you like..." Wait. No, I suppose you wouldn't know about sugar in your tea. Well, it's like honey. I'll add some for you. How's that? He took small white cubes from the bowl and placed one in each cup. The beller sipped his politely and found it tasted good. Sweeter than he was used to, but good. Thank you. It's very good. He wanted to remain on the Everman's good side. The Everman beamed. Thank you. The refined sugar is rather clever, I think. I developed a grub that exudes it as a waste product. It took all of the beller's self-control to smile and swallow rather than spitting out his tea. So, when you found me, did you by any chance find some papers? Ah, yes. I wanted to discuss that with you. They are most interesting. The Everman steepled both sets of hands. Where did you find them? In a land far to the north, across half the world. They were in a situ in a vast desert. Ah, the Gobi outpost. That's interesting. Very interesting. I did not realize that 120 was still active. We'll speak of that later. This list will help me find many things that were lost. Like the location of the home situ? The home... The Everman looked at him strangely for a moment, and then realization dawned in his strange eyes. Ah, you mean Site 23. Yes, it's in there. Though, I could have told you where that was. You could? The beller had been so focused on the papers, it hadn't occurred to him that the Everman wouldn't need them. No, he'd come from there too, hadn't he? Of course. It's to the west of us, and a little north. I remember it well, though. I try not to visit there often. It's a dangerous place now. 184's effects are difficult to predict, especially after all this time. But think of the secrets that it must hold. What? It's the birthplace of humanity, the holding place of so many wonders, and the grave of Starel himself. The Everman stiffened. His eyes narrowed, an eerie effect with all four staring down at Beller. Strelnikov, the monster said. Dmitri Arkadeyevich. What? The Beller said, confused. Strelnikov. Dmitri Arkadeyevich. That is how he introduced himself to me when we met. It is how I have always referred to him. It is how you shall refer to him. Yes. All right. Strelnikov Dmitri Arkadeyevich. No problem. Close enough. And yes, he is in there. With 682. Grave? Perhaps. A fitting tomb. He was the best of us, you know. We did so well when he was with us. What happened? The Beller asked, sensing the Everman wanted an audience. Yorick. It was all his fault. The Beller had a moment of panic, thinking to his ring, but realized that it was gone with the finger that had worn it. He hurt you? He turned them all against me. All my friends. Without Strelnikov Dmitri Arkadeyevich, there was no one to defend me. And after all I did... He slammed two hands onto the table with enough force to crack the wood and tip over the pot and the cups. I was the one who solved the D-class problem. I was the one who suggested we alter their reproductive DNA. Rights may have done the work, but it was my idea. I was the doctor. I kept us all in health. I cured the diseases. I fixed the injuries. Or did they remember that? No, they didn't care. They just wanted to stop my work. They said it was wrong, but I know the truth. They were jealous that I could see farther, and my hands grasped the fire. Yorick. He hated me ever since the Raylan incident. He should have been grateful. I was his friend. I helped him. I only ever wanted to make him better. But did he care? He turned everyone against me. Cast out. No friends. No lab. Nothing but my surgeon crabs to care for me. And all I ever wanted was to help people. Well, I'll show them. I'll show everyone. I'll make them better. They'll see. And they'll thank me for it. No one will ever dare throw me out again. The Everman's eyes were wide and mad, and veins rose from his neck. Slowly, his eyes focused again on the Beller. You won't leave me, will you? You're my friend, yes? Yes, of course, the Beller said, terrified. The Everman was mad, clearly. If he hadn't been to start with, the years alone must have done it. Good. I knew you were different. As soon as I saw you. You won't abandon me. I'll help you. I'll make you better. That's what I'll do. Oh, that's all right. I think I'm good enough for now. No, I insist. He gestured to his servant, which grasped the Beller with a strong, vice-like grip. I understand your reluctance, but you'll see. It's for your own good. I'm your doctor, after all. He stood and walked to one of the doors. The servant followed, forcing Beller along. Dr. Mann pulled out a small metal object and placed it into a slot on the door, then turned it. The door opened, and they entered. The Beller found himself standing in a vast, brightly lit room, containing hundreds of different relics. My collection. Various SCPs. Wonders, I think you call them. Many the Foundation never even knew. These are just the ones that can be stored together, you understand. Others would be more problematic. He continued walking down the aisles, past shelves, boxes, and crates. A broad-brimmed hat rested next to a silt-encrusted cup. A picture of a girl waved at him from a picture frame sitting by a ruby medallion. A stone cube twice as tall as a man, cracked in two. He hardly formed more than an impression of any of them as he was dragged past. They finally came up to a platform, like the one upon which he had woken up. 3 arms of metal and plastic rose above it. 212. I was lucky to acquire it. The Foundation never understood it properly. They couldn't control it. The improvements were random, haphazard. I have better understanding. It will help you, my friend. Help you to see as I do. The Beller didn't know if he meant eyes or beliefs, and he didn't want to find out. He twisted as much as he could and delivered a swift kick right between the servant's 4 legs. It howled and released him. Even as the Everman turned, the Beller grabbed a box off a shelf. "No, you fool!" The Everman shouted as the Beller threw the box's contents at him. He tried to grab a tiny red object as it bounced away, but it evaded him. The Beller turned and ran. He heard crashes behind him and saw the servant running after. It screamed at him, a high-pitched keening that grated at the Beller's ears. Then something struck the creature, and it stumbled. The Beller thought he saw a tiny red streak, and then a shelf collapsed. He cursed and added even more speed, looking for shelter. "Traitor! Quisling!" The Everman's voice echoed through the room. "Yorick!" The Beller saw an odd-wheeled box. He jumped inside of it, on the off chance it might be enchanted to move. He looked around for some sort of control mechanism. There were several levers and a large wheel. He tried them, but got no noticeable response, as more objects broke and shattered around him. Something punched through the roof before shattering the front window. The servant, one leg trailing behind it, jumped on the front of the vehicle and reached through the broken window at the Beller. In desperation, he clawed at it, raking at the creature with the hooks the Everman had planted in his fingers. It hissed and drew its arm back, then tensed as if to jump. Finally, the Beller noticed a small metal object, like the one the Everman used to open the door. He grabbed it, praying to Geyer and Semaril to send him somewhere safe as he twisted it forward. There was a sudden and complete lack of sensation. For the second time that day, he wondered if he were dead, about to face Abert's justice. Then, suddenly, he found himself falling. He landed on a sandy dune with a force that had knocked the wind from him. In the distance, a building half buried by the sand stood, and nothing but dunes for miles. He stared, and then laughed, until tears streaked down his face. It was the Saitu, where he'd found the papers, and the whole quest had begun. In the second tale, The Seeker, a man named Sender of Noma prays at a statue of old Aggie before departing on a journey out into the desert. The man was being sent on this journey because of a small stone that had fallen to him, with an arrow carved into it pointing out towards the desert. Sender knows he heads towards his death, but he goes regardless. He eventually comes upon the ruins of the first homes, now abandoned, and rests. He knows the ghosts of the dead are always close in the desert, but he's tired, and night had been upon him for hours. He's also lonely, as he had slept beside his wife for 38 years, but now he felt naked and cold without her warmth. He closes his eyes, trying not to listen to the voices in his head, when another voice speaks, stating that he is old, and asks why he walks this desert. He quickly opens his eyes and sees a butterfly resting on the edge of the wall. He immediately goes to his hands and knees, bowing down, calling the voice Lord, and stating that they honor him. The voice didn't respond, and Sender soon realized that he hadn't answered the question. He says that he is the new seeker, as the lot fell to him, and being of a great many daughters, he was sent in despite his age. The voice remains silent, but when Sender raises his head, he sees that the butterfly has begun flying through the air, so he quickly grabs his things and hurries after it. Eventually, after cresting a large hill, the butterfly seems to flick away into nothing. Sender didn't notice, however, as he was transfixed by the sight in front of him. Before him stretched a ruin unlike any he had seen before, and Sender had been a traveler in his youth. This ruin stretched for ages, for miles, or maybe